And there we go. We are live for part 2 of a VolcanoX live stream. Welcome on board, everyone. Good to have you here. I see Kilauea is pushing it out again. While we switched streams, it looked like it was almost died out, but yep, it came back and got the gusto gushing. Yeah, very cool. And welcome, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a part 2 of a VolcanoX live stream for Tuesday, the 6th of May, 2025. And for those people who aren't, familiar with this particular date, I just want to say, Bree, rest in peace. And forever and always. All right. Let's leave that be. And I'm going to get things going here. We're going to have the break. And of course, it's sometimes a difficult thing. And well, it is. It's the anniversary. So, heartfelt. All right. Well, we got to keep going with life and keep pushing forward. That is the way it always goes. So that's what we will try to do. And let's make the best of it as we carry on and try to stay positive. All right. I'm going to go for a break here for a few minutes. And then when we come back, we're going to have a look at bacon seeds. And of course, wonderful bacon seeds supplied by Piggy. I hope Piggy is having a sleep already in the background. She probably fell asleep with the phone in her hand. And, the rest of the animals all listening. Hats. What do you mean hats? Sasha, when you're bald, you don't need no hats. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. It's the plunger that I'm worried about. All right, this is already slowing down again. Okay, I'm going for that break, folks. Hang in there, bop the like button. It is a new stream. If you haven't done that yet, it would be greatly appreciated. Also, if you have not yet subscribed and you're enjoying that show so far, please do consider doing that. And on those notes, I will go have that break. Need to get a wonky a plunger. Now that's a wonderful idea. We can get him to have plungers on his trotters. Piggy broke her phone display dock. Oh no! Really? I didn't read that. When did that happen? Just when she was using it earlier. I hope she's okay with that. I hope she can get one fixed. Anyway, she does have her. No bopping cell phone phones. Piggy, you got it. Yeah, I hope she's got some time to get that repaired somewhere, or I don't know. She's got to get a new phone or whatever. I have no idea how that works. I've been fortunate. Mine, I got one of those otter cases around it, like my personal phone, and then of course I keep it in a what is it? A Roots? Is it Roots or something like that? It's a case. So today she's trying to get it fixed. Oh, okay. All right. Thanks, Tom. I appreciate that. All right. I am going to go get. Auto cases are great. Yep. So it's a double whammy. It's the otter case and the roots. Plus, it's got a screen protector on it and everything. So, you have to protect your stuff. But that doesn't stop you from dropping it. It's happened to all of us. My last phone, I was in really, really good condition. and I was using it just right beside my van one day when I was up in where was I? Cold Lake, and anyway, I'm standing there using it, and the thing just my hands were dry, and the thing just slipped right out of my hand, slid right out before I could grab it, and it landed on my toes on my work boot, and then I kind of bounced up a little bit and flipped over and hit a rock. So it happens. Doc, I have the same case, but when it falls into the toilet, it doesn't help. Ah, well, I can't. Yeah, Tom, never mind. I am not going to get into it. That sounds like you had a very shoe polish situation there. All right, I'll be back after a few songs. Here we go. That's when the plunger helps Tom. Absolutely, Henry, you got it. Okay, I'm going to go take that break. For those who are bunny lovers, there is a bunny over in the dome. I'm going for my break. Here's some music. Please hit the like button, and I'll be back after a bit. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream, and thank you for the welcome backs here from Henry and Sue and Sasha. And what we need to buy a Tom, a submersible cell phone, a dock. Submersible? Oh boy. What? My phone is a water resistant. Hermian, it's water resistant, not waterproof. The big definition difference. Yeah. Resistance is futile. The water will find a way in there. Actually, there are phones now that are capable of 30 meters or 100 feet depth. So they are good. They're making them with better seals and stuff. I must have spelled that wrong, Asu. What did you spell wrong? Submersible. Uh, well, I'll leave that be there. I'm not going to worry about it. I got what you meant there, Bob. It's all good. But yeah, I think it's supposed to be a U, not an E. It's all good. Um, it's, oh, it is actually right. Oh, wow. Oh, there you go, Bob. You gotta get a hero cookie, Bob. There, take that. All right. Let's get over to the bacon seeds and see. Oh, I forgot to do something. Don't look at the screen, folks. I forgot to do something over on the other screen. Actually, hang on. I may be able to do this without you seeing. All right. I forgot to do things. I was bad. I was lazy. Well, I did load the bacon seeds, but I thought I had fixed it all up. But apparently, according to this, maybe it was reverted when I did my thing. And hey, it took away one of my pictures. It was Henry's hat that it took away. Oh, well, mind you, we can reload that. That's not a big deal. Here's the last one from yesterday. And of course, that fine guy needs a hogwash, but we'll leave him be. Let's get to the first one. Not phone, watch. Spelling incorrect. Oh, okay. Spelling incorrect. This guy's smiling about it. He's got spots. Interesting looking fur on this guy. Kind of longish in some places. I wonder if he's a outdoor kind of piggy for wintertime stuff. Wrinkles. Yeah, he does have wrinkles. But he's also got a smiley smirk on his face. He's happy. Let's get to the next one. Speaking of smirks, look at how tiny this little guy is. He's smirking too. And he said, "Hey, look at me. You're taking a picture." That is cool. You gotta like it. And yep, it's a wee little one. Here's the next one. This guy is one of the Hawaiian ones. He's not really Hawaiian. He went to Hawaii for a vacation, okay? So, yeah, it's okay. We don't mind them doing that. Let's get to the next one. And yeah, I know you're seeing spots before your eyes. This particular pig, his name is Spot. I don't know why they call him that, but his name is Spot. Anyway, yeah, hogwash required, Henry. You got a pretty good idea there. And here's the next one. And I understand that in addition to needing a hogwash, this one's name is, you might have not heard this before, but his name is Spot. Yeah, that's what his name is. I don't know why, but that's what they call him. Hogwash required, though. No idea why they would call them spot. Here's the next one. And to be honest, I have no idea what his name was. So we'll leave it as that. Hermione, good night and take care. And all the best to you. Sleep well. And good night to Fluffy as well. And be good there, Hermione. Okay, and next, the bacon seed is do some yoga. This is the frontward piggy, the frontward piggy stretch. Yeah, it's not a downward dog or anything. It's a frontward piggy stretch. That's what they call that one. Interesting move. I think it would hurt my back, but no downward dog. No, definitely not. All right, here's the next one. He's looking at you. Apparently, we're down on the ground and looking up at this big monstrous pig who's got to be all of 6 inches high. And all good. You forgot the S there, and Billy. Should have been an S in the first word there. And slap, laka, or a good night, or a sleep well, whatever it is. Anyway, all good. I thought I'd throw that out. Arliss, welcome on board. Good to see you. Here's another dirty little pig. Yeah, he's dirty. Needs a hogwash. Sleep good. Yeah, sleep well. Sleep good. All the same, right? Very, very cool. And let's get to our so-called last bacon seed. But we got a bonus bacon seed, so we are going to do that. And that is a piggy in a blanket. I figured we'd show that. That's a nice looking piggy in a blanket. He's having a snooze while he's in there all cuddled up. He's being held and coddled. Coddled little piggy. Wrinkled snout. Yep. He's just enjoying himself. And here's a bonus bacon seed for today. And that is this little guy. And he is standing in some pink fun fur. Pinkish whitish fun fur. And boy, talk about good camouflage. If he was laying down or closed his eyes, we could barely see him. And that is what we got. Now, as I mentioned, I had Henry's hat photo for today, and I don't know why it's not there. But Henry, this one is for you. And I think it is a fine photo and a fine looking hat. Apparently it is waterproof, as you can see. And it is a kind of I guess, what do they call it? A bowler hat. Very unique. And I don't know. I think that would work well. A bowler helmet. Nice. Is it actually a helmet? I thought it was a bowler hat, but okay. Just taking those cookies out of the oven. Awesome. A derby hat. Okay. Dapper duck. Looks plastic. Well, I don't know. It looks like some kind of material. It could be plastic. I don't know. I have no idea. Kentucky Derby duck. Well, it might be plastic, Henry. You might be onto something. Flotation device if the duck ever sinks. Mind you, a duck don't really sink, do they? They swim down into the water. But I thought it was a neat looking picture and I just thought I'd offer it. But let's leave it as that. Big thank you to Piggy for the bacon seeds as usual. And we're all good with that. Let's get back over to our stream here where we're seeing the multicam view. Left-hand side as the top north crater, Halemaumau. North vent of Halemaumau crater. And the bottom one is, of course, the north vent and the south vent right behind it, smoking like crazy. We're not seeing very good flow come out of the south, but if you look at the photos, you do see the lava back there moving. So even though we're not seeing massive volumes pouring out. Anyway, I'm going to go for that break. When we come back from the break, oh, hang on. I was going to see if we had a bacon seeds, ice cream and boat. Oh, no. I have to reload that page anyway. Let's see if we can do that real quick. See, I put this in every one of my screens. And I thought to myself, well, how the heck am I supposed to fix that? And that's the one thing I can't do on just the phone is do a screen grab and plunk it back into place like that. So that's a little bit tougher. Anyway, that's what we got going on here. And looks not bad. The ice cream boat is actually just leaving. Sue, if you want to get out there, you can boogie out with your boat and get the ice cream. He's right there. He's leaving. The other one will be about 10 minutes before he gets here, but this one is there. You can definitely see it. He's booking it out. And I'm going to do a cherry lava today, please. All right, since we have this wonderful flow of lava coming from Halemaumau crater. Beautiful stuff. So time for me to go take that break, folks. Keep smiling. Bop the like button if you haven't done that yet. And on those notes, I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream. I'll be back after a few minutes or a few songs in a bit. I'll be back. Don't worry. Sue's getting me ice cream. Hopefully. So I can have it during my break. Okay, I'll be back. Don't go away. Hit the like button. Did you hit it yet? Okay, I'll be back. And there we go. Microphone is back on. Welcome. Hey, I cleans the dance floor and the walls and the people. Oh boy. Was it a wild dancing time? Or did they get ice cream all over it there, Sue? I'm just wondering. Anyway, thank you for the welcome back, Sue, from Mars. And Barbara and Sue. And I see Kathleen is still here. Barbara, yeah, it's here. Who else? Hopefully, people aren't falling asleep on us. Anyway, yeah, love ice cream, soft ice cream. Yeah, me too. I want ice cream. I always thought about, it'd be neat to have an ice cream shop, but then I know what would happen to me. I would become very fluffy. uh, anyway, thank you, Kathleen, for the welcome back. That's awesome. Let's carry on with our next port of call. And of course, speaking of ice cream, that is over to Japan we go. And yeah, that is Sakurajima in the background, that wonderful volcano. And the ice cream boat is done and disappeared. I'm sure they'll be back. I see it out there. So all good. And this is live. It is 9:43 a.m. There in Japan. Thanks, Sasha, for that. Welcome back as well. Not seeing too much on this one. We'll make that smaller. Go to the next one and watch some mini wheat commercials. Oh, chocolate flavored. New chocolate flavored. How dare they ruin a good thing? Why do they have to wreck stuff? Anyway, there it is. Sakurajima. And I guess chocolate is okay, but, too much. Okay. Maybe just some little shavings on top or something. This looks not bad, but nothing major happening from the volcano. And yeah, looking pretty quiet and sedate. Just a regular degassing from Sakurajima, southern end of Japan, of course. And that is just across from Kagoshima, which is where the camera is located, looking on over at the volcano. There's a few other cameras around too, but this is the one that gives you the best view for the buck, if you will. I'll pass on a few straws too. Straws? Pass on mini wheats. I'll pass on the straw too. What's the matter with the straw? Do you put milk in it and let it get soggy and you got perfect straw? It is good for you. It has all kinds of vitamins and fiber. Oh, wait, I'm supposed to stay low on fiber. Anyway, next one here. This is ASO. ASO certainly degassing today. The event is in here. And of course, ASO is a very large volcano complex or very large caldera. We're within that caldera, and it is 25 kilometers by 19 kilometers in size. Last erupted about 1.4 million to 1.6 million years ago. Other than this event is the only active one within that system. So that's what we got going on. Going back in time a little bit, we had some other cloud in there, so it was hard to tell, and some low-level fog. It does look like it is degassing quite a bit. Probably had higher moisture levels in the wee hours. And there we see this funny object up here called the moon. Yes, we're getting mooned. And further back in the night, we can't see what's going on because of fog. So that is the current condition at ASO. That's about 200 kilometers north of Sakurajima, still in the southern portions of Japan. Let's go to the next one. This is Asama volcano. And Asama is about 100 kilometers west-northwest of Tokyo. And yeah, we see some cloud in there, making our visibility very poor. And I don't know if it had cloud all day long, but certainly does not look appealing. And yeah, not so good. We only see little slivers of it. Yep, grayed out. We're not going to be able to make any assessments or judgments other than it's in a cloudy place. Okay, and there we go. That is our wonderful Japan for today. So, Asama volcano not really visible. And let's make sure it's back over on that page. Let's now go over. We'll go back to this one and watch some more bubbly lava come out of our wonderful Helena Umaru crater while I do the volcano report for today. And here we go. We've got 4 volcanoes for a late Monday's volcanic activity. 4 volcanoes. Ibu, Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 22:15. Poaz volcano in Costa Rica, ongoing volcanic ash emissions reported at 22:15. Semeru, East Java, Indonesia, volcanic ash to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 22:45. And Dakono, Halmahera Island, Indonesia, doesn't want to be left out because Cebu was in there. Volcanic ash to 9,000 feet, 2,700 meters, reported at 23:15. All right, let's get to today's volcanic activity. We have 11 volcanoes on the list. And what are we starting out with? We start with Sangay in Ecuador. New volcanic ash emissions to 24,000 feet, 7,300 meters, reported at 15 minutes after midnight. Then possible ongoing volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at 12 noon. Next is Reventador in Ecuador, and that is Sangay's neighbor. Volcanic ash to 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 1:15 a.m. Then ongoing volcanic ash emissions to the same 14,000 feet or 4,300 meters, reported at 13:15. And yeah, that whole area is kind of bubbling, I guess. Next one is Marapi, Western Sumatra, Indonesia. Volcanic ash observed to 11,000 feet or 3,400 meters, reported at 2:45 a.m. And then next is Etna volcano in Sicily, or update Sicily, Italy. Separate email report. We'll have a look at that. Atka, a volcano in the Aleutian Islands. No recent activity observed. Status lower to green. We already knew that from yesterday's report. And that was thrown out at 4:15. Next one, Poaz volcano, Costa Rica. Constant light volcanic ash emissions to 11,000 feet or 3,400 meters, reported at 4:30 a.m. And then possible volcanic ash emissions to 10,000 feet or 3,000 meters, reported at 16:15. Next one, Popocatépetl, Central Mexico. Discrete volcanic ash emissions to 21,000 feet or 6,400 meters, reported at 5 a.m. Next is Ibu, Halmahera Island, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 7,000 feet or 2,100 meters, reported at 5:30 a.m. and again at 11:45 a.m. And next is White Isle volcano in New Zealand. Continuous low-level eruption to 3,000 feet or 900 meters, reported at 7 a.m. and again at 15:45 in the afternoon. Next is Semeru, East Java, Indonesia. Volcanic ash to 15,000 feet or 4,600 meters, reported at 10:45. And the last one on the list is Santiaguito in Guatemala. Sporadic emissions of volcanic ash reported at 11:15 a.m. And that is it for our volcano report. Thank you, Sue, for sending that in. Very much so appreciated. As always, a fine job, and lets us know what's happening around the world volcanically. Very cool. At least a little bit of it. There are many, many other volcanoes out there that could be doing stuff, especially seamounts, that we have no idea what they're truly doing because we can't monitor them, unfortunately. So tough to be able to do that. All right, let's take a look if I can get myself over there. First, I want to line this up here and get this over to here for a second, and then we'll click on that and click over here and click on that. There we go. That's what I wanted. And this is the report for Mount Etna. And oops, what did I click there? Get rid of that. I want to get rid of the advertising, not view it. And there's a beautiful shot of some lava flows down Mount Etna, and the lava flow from the southeast crater last night. And Boris Wen Benke, whatever his name is. Anyway, nice shot. I like that. That is actually very cool. That is Mount Etna from last night. And this is the lava flow development on the southeast crater, southeast crater, eastern slope since the 13th of April, detected by synthetic aperture radar and Sentinel-1. So just looking at it, we see some of that. I'm not sure exactly what is supposed to be our lava portions here and what's not. But there is some change in that shot. 300 meters. Yeah, I wish I put a little bit more of a description with it. What else we got? Nice, but it's a Krakatoa. Let's leave that one be. And it says a new effusive episode occurred at the southeast crater last night. New lava flow emerged on the eastern flank. This marks the 12th eruptive phase over the past 2 months. So, that's 12 of them so far for him. And we're on 20 for Hawaii. So let's get rid of that. And thank you, Sue, for providing that information. And we will get us back over here and get these screens kicked again so we can see some lava flow from both the craters here. I think I got them both going. Yep. All right. They're moving. I'm happy. And let's see. We could go over and start taking a look at earthquakes, but I figured I want to see some lava flow before we do that. We'll maybe take a break early here and do our thing. Yeah, 5 minutes. 5 minute warning and lovely lava. I'm watching it gurgle out of there. I guess I gurgle. Irish Monk says, I have no idea where I was, but I probably have an alibi. Dr. Fox, I missed your dulcet tones. Welcome, and good to have you on board, Irish Monk. And we've missed you quite a bit there. I don't know where you've been either, but as long as you have an alibi, that is good. We'll stick up for you. No problem. All right. I will go take that break, but anyway, be good, you guys, and be nice to Irish Monk because he will have an alibi if you need to, pay attention to what he says. Sometimes he'll give you hints of what's really happening. Anyway, let's watch that few seconds, and we'll see no more eruptive activity out of the north vent. It's gurgling, it's draining. The gases are coming out, the lava's going back in, and it's gone. The plunger got it. It's the guy with the plunger on the other side. I cleared the plug, and or the pipes. It's now gone, just like that. But we are still seeing some flow out of the north vent. Sent one Dr. Fox a gift and membership. Awesome. That is a very cool Irish monk, and very nice of you to do that. And the CM Sparkman, congratulations. Irish monk. Writing that down. Gifted one. Thank you. Appreciate that, Irish monk. And it is all cool. Let's get at things. So I'm going to go for the break. Keep an eye on that flow from the south vent. Apparently, it looks like it is still happening, even though the north vent has paused. And yeah, let's do that. And I will go take that break now. So I'll throw some music on and see what we can find here. Possibly a couple of songs. Let's see if I can get that to play that one first, and then this one a second, and hit that save button, and away we go. All right, I will be back. Bop that like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX live stream, and we'll be back after a few minutes. Here's some songs. Thanks. And there we go. The microphone is back on. Welcome back, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream, and let's keep it down. Irish Monk is apparently voting in the conclave efforts there for the Pope. I hope that's the right terminology. I think that's what they call it, the conclave, if I remember correctly. It's been a while. Oh, anyway, hope everything goes well there, Mr. Irish Monk. And you know the owner, huh? All right. Thank you for the welcome backs there from Sue and Mars and Barbara. Appreciate that, you guys. And I see our wonderful Helma Uma'u crater is delivering some more lava. And the break times in between the lava flows are getting shorter. And this is something that is really, really good. Cardinal Secret. He will not be a Brian. Okay. Thank you, Irish Monk, for that wonderful super chat. But we'll keep that hush hush. I won't let anyone know that Brian will not be the cardinal, or will not be the Pope. I mean, so all good. I'm going to watch the Falcon 9 launch now, says Mars 2028. Yes. Yeah, and thank you kindly, Irish Monk, for that wonderful €2 super chat. That is awesome. All right. Have a great rest of the show, Dr. Fox. Yep, Mars, enjoy it for me since I can't watch it. I'm busy. I'm always busy when the launches happen. It's just some silly thing. It's even like this show. I've been wanting to watch the VolcanoX live stream for years now, and I'm always busy when it's on. I have no idea how I'm going to get around that. Look at that lava flow. That's really picked up. Wow. I hope it continues like this, and I hope it gets bigger and better. So yeah, hopefully that will work. Anyway, where have we gotten to? We got the volcano report done, the special reports. Martian is taken off. Irish Monk is still voting. And I am going to go take us over to where are we going? We're going to do earthquakes. Hopefully, that is still in the same place. Yeah, I see the screen there. Oh, it is there. Awesome. Okay, earthquake time. Let's take a look here. We'll zoom in a little bit. Kamchatka Peninsula, nothing directly on it, but the Sea of what is it? Hotsk, something like that. Anyway, Sea of oh boy, I can't even pronounce it. It's such a tough word. I'm sure they just call it the Sea of all. Yeah, Okhotsk. Okhotsk. Yeah, anyway, that is this area. This right here. It's the sea. Yeah, anyway, this 4.2 there happened yesterday at 21:36. We'll leave it be. Looking at this one, 3.6 near Rat Island in the Aleutian Islands, happened at 15:404. 17.6 kilometers down. Next one, a 4.2 near Rat Island, same region. Yesterday's 23:30. Not going to worry about that. Next one, 3.2, Sandpoint, Alaska. Happened today at 16:06. So a little bit of a movement there. 29.8 kilometers down for that. 3.4. This is from today. Chiniak, Alaska. 12:18 is the time. 10 clicks down. We see a few more here, newer ones, but nothing crazy. Not worrying about anything that is really small here in North America. And then we get down here to Central America, quiet over here in the Puerto Rican and the Virgin Island areas, and even Dominican Republic there. We do see this one here, 5.8 East Pacific Rise, they call it. just on the Pacific plate where it meets the Nazca plate. A little bit of a subduction going on there, or a little push, something like that. And let's see, this one here, 4.2 in Ecuador from 1433. Moving further down, we have a 4.4 in, what is it? Tirana, Chile. Tirana, Chile. I wonder if they got Tirana spiders. Anyway, 4.5 there in Argentina. Yeah, that's from 2:28 a.m. And it's 166 clicks down. This one is a 4.4, same kind of area there. 5:03 a.m., 207 kilometers down for him. Let's zoom out, make sure we're not missing anything. And all quiet down here on the southern tips of our wonderful South America. And the Drake Passage is, I guess, stopped shaking. And nothing out here in the South Sandwich Islands, and that's all good. Following the Antarctic rise all the way along, and we don't see anything crazy on it. So that is all good. And back over to New Zealand. We see nothing new in New Zealand, nothing new in Kermadec Island regions. This one is in Tonga 5.0 from 3:43 a.m., 10 kilometers down. And that is, yeah, from today. The other one here is a 4.6, also in Tonga from 1:49 a.m. our time, 253.7 kilometers down. And a 4.7 in Fiji, 1510, 585 kilometers down. Vanuatu had this one, 5.5, and that is from 11:45 a.m. Our time again, and 109.4 kilometers down. Moving on, we see Solomon Islands are fairly quiet. Only one out here in this region of Papua New Guinea, 4.8, 37 minutes after midnight, 10 kilometers down. The other one here, a 5.3, that is actually on the island and right near the end of that fault line. So very interesting to see that. Moving on to the other side of Papua, the island, and we see that's Indonesia now, a 4.6 from 1:13 a.m., 57 kilometers down. And out in the other island, a 4.6 from 8:20 a.m., 27.4 clicks down. I don't see anything here in the lower portions, nothing in Java, nothing in Sumatra, nothing in Myanmar, all the way up there. And going up here right next to Halmahera Island, we're seeing another quake, a 4.7 happened yesterday at 19:45. Going to leave that one be. And nothing in the Philippines, nothing in Taiwan, nothing in the Guam region, nothing in the Marianas, and nothing in southern Japan. Then we get up here. We have a 4.5 from 3:22 a.m. Today, 74.3 kilometers down. And in the Sea of Japan, a 4.0 from yesterday at 22:03. And that is 235.9 kilometers down. And we'll leave that. I don't see anything on the Carlsberg Ridge here and those other guys in the Indian Ocean. And we do look over here, though. What is it? Kyrgyzstan. Kyrgyzstan is from 2:08 a.m., 10 kilometers down for that 5.0. That's just a little north of Tajikistan and Pakistan. They're all Stans. Stan's not here. Dave's not here. Okay, and nothing in Africa, nothing on the Arabian microplate, nothing on the Anatolian microplate, and nothing on the Aegean microplate. At least nothing over 4. We probably will see a bunch of little ones around Santorini again. And then, of course, we see Italy and Sicily all quiet, getting out here into the Azores. we're good there too. And looks like nothing new in the other places either, up north or down south. So everything else pretty normal. 1,754 quakes in the last 7 days. We're down quite a bit, about 500 shy from average. And hopefully, we're not going to see those come in as big ones. And we did look here in Hawaii earlier, 1.9 up on the hill there on Mauna Loa, 2.1. Pardon me, that is yesterday's over by Kilauea, and over in Pahala from 1:03 a.m. 2.4. So those are the Hawaiian quakes, and I'm not going to worry about those so much. Let's get into our next adventure here real quick, and that is having a look at the SO2 map. And without any delay, we will get at this real quick, and we're just going to do a fast SO2 again today. So our northern hemisphere, incredibly clear in comparison to what we've had. So this is wonderful to see that. Greenland all nice. Even up here in Alaska, Yukon, Northwest Territories, very low levels. BC looking pretty good, except for on the island there. They've got some of that Hawaiian gas coming in there and bugging them. And that's all along the BC, and I guess Washington, Oregon, and California, even into Mexico. Yeah, that's Hawaiian stuff. All good. Kamchatka, pretty normal. We got some more lows here to clean up the mess. Here's another big low sitting in the Gulf of Alaska. And getting over to eastern portions of Canada, Ontario, not bad at all. Quebec and the rest of the provinces are doing very, very well there. And that includes into the northeastern states, Maine, New Hampshire, Vermont, and a good portion of New York, and possibly, is that Connecticut? No, that's Connecticut is there. Massachusetts is the other one that's looking pretty clear. But yeah, this is the industrialized area. Lots of people, lots of industry. So to be expected. And, around the Great Lakes, we have a lot of people living there. So to be expected again with a little extra. Not so bad in the other regions. And let's see, the western side, though, like I said, the stuff from Hawaii definitely drifted in there. Mexico City, Popocatépetl, and Colima volcano creating some SO2. That's, of course, getting into the Gulf of Mexico, as well as coming out here into the Pacific. Central American stuff from Guatemala, and down here in Nicaragua area, they got some stuff going on there. And then, of course, Costa Rica. They pretty much just like to dump their stuff into the Pacific. Over here, Sofier doing his thing. And then, of course, our friends here in Colombia, Nevado del Ruz, a little heavier today, and Parisi, and not so much. And then the ones that are actually busy is Sangay with some very high plumes, yet we're not seeing as much SO2 from it today. A little bit of SO2 coming from the Galapagos Islands. Kind of makes you wonder what's going on there. And Seven Cayenne down on the bottom end of Peru, still pretty good. Looking at the rest of Chile, we do have a bunch of volcanoes as well as industrial stuff going on. And yeah, we got this stuff rolling on in here from other places. We'll try to figure out where that's from. Rio, not bad. Sao Paulo, just normal stuff. And then getting out here to South Sandwich Islands, Michael Volcano, and Montagu, or Mr. Magoo, if you like. They are kind of throwing out that plume there. And this, I'm unaware of. Where's this from? Looking at these streamers of gases coming in. And I'm wondering if this wasn't drifted over from home reef volcano in here somehow. But where the heck is this from? And I don't know what anyone said, um, or where it's actually from. It's kind of weird. Got to be a seamount underneath there that we're unaware of. This one here, White Owl Volcano, and then of course Australia with the oil refineries and the coking plants, pretty normal. And well, we can barely see anything coming from Tofua in Tonga there. Maybe that's popping a little bit. Vanuatu, pretty normal. Papua New Guinea, pretty normal. Same thing goes for Indonesia. Looks like it's a little, wow, you see over here, Luontulai, Laki Laki, and Luontulak working together to make that. And then over here we have Semeru, Merapi, amongst others, and some other pollution making source that we have not been able to identify yet. And then looking over here, and Jakarta and Krakatau. Krakatau stepping it up a little bit from the looks of things. The rest is pretty normal. I'm not going to worry about those guys there. Ibu and Dakono are taking it easy, SO2 wise as well. And Can Leon, I don't know which way everything is drifting here. It looks like it may be keeping its stuff close to home, flooding out the islands with SO2. And Bulasan, of course, still in the picture, but I don't know how much it's putting out. Mayon, though, is the winner here. That's got everything coming out of it. All a volcano is right there. And let's see what else we got out here real quick. Mariana's pretty normal for there. Taiwan is normal. And not so much coming from Suwanoshi-jima. And I don't know if Kuchino Arabojima is dumping out of the bunch here as well, but Sakurajima is throwing some out. Not that much from ASO today. You can see the levels aren't very darkish. And then getting over here to Asama volcano, we see it's plumed out and possibly got some of that SO2 into Tokyo, but not as bad as it could be. So all good. That brings us back up to the Kamchatka. We're good there. Hong Kong has a little bit there. It looks like 25 degrees for those guys. And yeah, China's got a bunch of pollution. Same with India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, those areas. Pretty normal for there. Lots of SO2. And down here, Windows Defender found something. No, it didn't. It says, we're warning you. We found nothing. You've been warned. Okay, I've been warned. Hey, Dave is here. Welcome. And, yep, looking at our wonderful gold smelting there in South Africa continuing on. And yesterday that plume was a little further to the south. This is Nyamurugera near Congo there in the Democratic Republic of the Congo. And it looks like it's pushing its wares to the north slightly. Here in Ethiopia, we see, well, this is the Adenakil Depression area, and Erta Ale resides there. We see a lot of that pollution going further south today, and I'm not sure why. And then, of course, here in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Iraq, Iran, even over here in Lebanon and over in Egypt, they all have oil refineries producing a lot of SO2, and that includes over here in Turkey and those regions. And Piggy's Place, though, not that bad, but also not that good. 5.74, 5.75. So could be a little bit better, but that's not that bad. And looking at Istanbul area, of course, they got more oil refineries up there. A lot of that extra stuff, though, is from Mt Etna that has been recycled here a few times as it ends up down in Libya, comes back up, gets recirculated, and it looks like it's coming back down here again with the current drift patterns. This, of course, from Mount Etna there in Sicily, and there's Stromboli. You can see it has its own little bow there, if you want to call it that, giving off a little bit of SO2. Not bad in most of Europe, actually doing very well. The only place that's really got too much there would be up here in Sweden, and then down here in Bulgaria and those places, Serbia, this standard stuff, and looks pretty good. And most other places, very, very light levels, if anything, in Europe. So all good. And Iceland looking pretty awesome and clear. So there you have our SO2 for today, and definitely gives you a pretty good idea of what's happening. And I'm glad to see that we're seeing a lot less SO2 on the planet than we had about, I guess, even a month ago. So the air is getting fresher, and we like that. Bronwyn saying, "Good morning. I'm late again. I've been watching actual rain falling." Oh my God, you got rain? A rare sight here at the moment. Well, I'm happy that you got some rain. That is awesome. Speaking of rain, while I was well, where I was working today was down in Leduc, which is just south of Edmonton here. But one of the other guys was listening to the radio, and he got an update saying that the west end of the city, they closed the Anthony Henday Drive, which is kind of a ring road around the city, due to wildfires out by the Yellowhead Trail. So I guess that shut down the highways and everything right around the west end of the city. And when I was coming back from Leduc, of course, you can see a fairly good a plume of smoke coming from the west. Once I got home here, though, I noticed hardly anything, and I can't smell anything, so that's all good. Anyway, let's get rid of the SO2 map, and we'll get us back over here for a break. And of course, we will continue to watch all our lovely lava flows. And why is that one not working? Where is that dark screen? Ah, okay. And then those two stop if I click on there. All right. And what about there? Okay. Will everybody go? Yep. All the clocks are ticking. All right. They are ticking away, and I am going to go for a break. When we come back from the break, we will do the weather relatively quickly and get that out of the way, and go from there. Um, yeah, it's just actually exclamation WV gets you a Victoria. Um, so that's all cool. Okay, I'm going for the break. Bop the like button if you haven't done so already. Also, if you have not yet subscribed, consider subscribing. That would be really cool. And we'll go from there. So keep smiling, everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching VolcanoX Live. I'll be back. And there we go, the microphone is back on, and this will be our last round, so welcome back everyone. I'm your host, DrFox2000. You're watching a VolcanoX live stream, and of course on the screen we have our wonderful Kilauea volcano on the left side. They're both top and bottom views, slightly different angles, but of the same area, and very awesome to see that. And Irish is still hanging in there. Welcome, Nick, and thank you for the welcome backs there from Sue and Alba. And yeah, Bronwyn, Irish Monk is here. He's a good guy. He apparently knows the owner here. Apparently. Oh. Anyway, looking at that lovely lava, I gotta like it. It's just absolutely awesome. I'm hoping that the low gassed lava is going to get all thrown out here. Upside down person? Oh boy, that happens. Thank you, Ken and Askers Country as well. Appreciate it. And let's get over to our weather map. We'll leave our lovely lava. We'll get back to it. I know that's not a weather map. It's earthquakes, but we're going to change it into a weather map. Ventuski or Ventusky, however you wish to pronounce it. It is there, and that is the stuff going on. We're going to do this fairly quick, so I just wanted to see how the patterns are and what's going where here. And of course, starting to see, well, here's that low sitting on the Kamchatka Peninsula. We got that big low I mentioned earlier here in the Gulf of Alaska. And we're seeing this high pump up all kinds of air here. So hopefully that'll keep pumping in the warmer stuff. Alaska not too bad, Yukon not as warm as it could be, and we're seeing up to 15-degree temperatures there in the Northwest Territories. That is incredible for this time of year. BC not bad, northern end a little cold, Alberta looking not bad. We're seeing beautiful temperatures still, but the problem that we have, it's very, very dry here. We do need some rain. We need maybe 3 good days of solid rain coming down at a moderate pace. And that would really help the whole area. And I'm sure the farmers would be happy about that too. Saskatchewan, not bad. And looks like the area up here over top of the Hudson's Bay holding that high. That is keeping things cold up there for those folks. And the rest over here in eastern Canada looks like not too bad. A little cool there for Sue. She needs a more tropical air moving through. 7 degrees, Halifax 7 as well. So yeah, Sue, you need more like 11 or 12 or something like that, like over here on the south end of the island. Anyway, I guess no, that's not an island, is it? No, the south end of Nova Scotia. How about that? That's not an island. New York sitting at 14, and what was Boston is about 13. Going down here, we see Richmond 17, Virginia Beach is 19, Baltimore was 16, Grandma B's house about 19, then be about 63, 64 degrees, something like that. No, hang on, 66. Yeah, 68 is 20. So, yeah, 66, 67. All good there. So, Charlotte coming in at about 19. Charleston is 20. Atlanta sitting at about 20. Jacksonville sitting at 25. Miami down here, 26 degrees. Moving over New Orleans, we see about 24 there. Houston is sitting at 22, San Antonio 27, Dallas 17, and Oklahoma City sitting at about 14. Albuquerque, New Mexico, 11 degrees. And let's continue on here. Phoenix, Arizona, sitting at a lovely 22. A little cool for them right now. Tucson is 22 as well. Prescott was 10. Flagstaff is sitting at 6. Looking at Vegas, and we have about 21 degrees there. And what do we got up here? Salt Lake City coming in at 16. And where's our other stuff? I'm looking here. Where's my other states? Boise, Idaho. Yeah, no, that's not the one I'm looking for. How about here? Grand Junction. 11 degrees there for the Lizoid. He's got to stay warm, you know. Mexicali down on the border, not so warm today either. 22. LA sitting at 15. Riverside 16. Bakersfield not bad at 27. And getting over here, we see San Jose is sitting at 19. San Francisco about 12 degrees. And on the other side, San Rafael somewhere around 12 to 14. Fresno 27. Sacramento is sitting at 25. And going up to Redding at 28 degrees, not bad for them. Medford sitting at 26. Eugene 24. And Portland sitting at about 25. Humidity levels high though, 22 there in Tacoma, 23 in Seattle. Vancouver's got 19, 20 degrees. Abbotsford 21, 22, and Chilliwack about the same. Bob's Place over on the island about 18 or 19 degrees. And let's zoom back out and go further over here and to see some of the cold or warm temperatures there. In Mexico, we're seeing up to 31, 33 there, 32s, yep, not that hot right there, 34 right there, getting a little warmer, 34s, and there's a 35 in that vicinity. That's not bad. What about down here? Looking at the 34s, not that good yet. There's a 35. I thought I seen a 36 in here as well. 35 so far. Let's check for 36s. And I could swear I seen one in here somewhere. 35s, 34s, down here 34s, 35s. Well, I guess 35 may be the high temp there today. Mind you, it's already evening. That's something to take into consideration. Acapulco sitting at about 29 degrees. And what do we got here? 35s. Yep. Lots of 35, though. That's not the thing. Yucatan, bottom end of the Yucatan is, well, there's a 36 right there. So Mexico holds it at 36 so far. And that is over in the Yucatan. A little odd to see it there, but Cancun is 26 degrees. And then we'll zoom out here and just to kind of peruse for warmer stuff. And we're just seeing pretty regular stuff here in South America, Colombia. And we're starting to see some colder temperatures up in the mountains here. These green areas. That's our mountain ranges, just so you know. And there we go. The rest is lower level land and doing pretty good. It's keeping a good temperature for now. But they are getting into their wintertime season. 23 in Rio, Sao Paulo coming in at about 18. And let's see. What else we got here? Buenos Aires sitting at about 19, and Paysandu coming in at about 21 degrees. I think the rest is all pretty good there. I don't see anything too warm. 23s out there in Argentina. Moving over real quick, New Zealand, not going to spend a lot of time. They're a little warmer today. 18 in Christchurch. Wellington about 16 degrees. Hastings probably about 17 to 19, somewhere thereabouts. Auckland looks like 18, 19's up there. So a little better day for them. A little cooler today for Tasmania. We're seeing about 13 there in Hobart. and yeah, not so good. 4 for the lowest temperature, and 16, 17 for the highest on the eastern side of the island. And looking at Melbourne real quick is 19 degrees. Adelaide is 16. And we get into Canberra sitting at 19. Sydney is coming in at about 25. And close to 24 there in Brisbane. And that's actually kind of a little cooler. And mind you, it's very early in the day, so I give them time to warm up. Up on the northern ends here, we're seeing up to 31 degrees Celsius. There's some 32s even. I don't think there's anything warmer. Oh, there's a 34 right there. So almost I got the hot spot. Yep. Pretty normal there for those guys. Perth coming in about 17 or 18. And let's look at some of the other places here real quick. Fiji, yeah, pretty normal for this time of year. Same thing for Vanuatu and New Caledonia, Papua New Guinea, holding some good temperatures as well, up to 32 degrees there. It's pretty normal for this time of day. And the same thing goes with Java and Timor-Leste, 27s there, and Sumatra, 20s, 29s, 28s, 29s. It's all pretty much normal for those guys for this time of year. Jakarta sitting at 28, Singapore is 30, Bangkok sitting at 31, and Manila sitting at 32. Moving up, getting into Kagoshima. Kagoshima is 19 degrees there in Japan. Tokyo coming in about 21. And let's look. Kamchatka Peninsula, not too warm, not too cold. They got some warmer stuff up north here, which is a little odd, but it's there. So up to 9 degrees. And let's see. Do we see anything hotter in here? Just I want to double check. 32s. Myanmar area, those other, yeah, everything is pretty good. Vietnam along the coast there up to 33s. And let's see, what do we got in Delhi? 25. Anything really hot here in Pakistan up to 31 right now. So that's not that good, but not that bad. It's warm for them. Cape Town sitting at about 15, 8 in Johannesburg. And let's hunt some temps here up to 31 so far in Africa. There's a 32 in here somewhere, right about there. And let's see these darker areas. Ooh, 36. We now have a tie for the lead, 36 degrees. Oh, there's a 37. Africa now takes over and has the winner. 37 degrees, hottest place on the planet right now, according to this weather map. Some may vary. So, yep, Africa's starting to kick it off with a 1 degree lead, and that is pretty cool, or hot in this case. It's hot. Dubai 29, Riyadh is 23, Cairo, Egypt is sitting at 17, Baghdad, Iraq 20 degrees, Beirut in Lebanon is 18, Malaysia there is 14, and 17 in Adana. This is in Turkey, Istanbul 17 as well. And then we get over here to take a look at Piggy's house. She's got about 19 degrees right now, and it's a nighttime. So she's pretty toasty. I'm not going to worry about the rest of those. Let's take a look here a little bit into Nantes 7 into Northern Europe. Here is what I was looking at. 8 in Paris. Munich only 7 today. Frankfurt is 8, Cologne 6, and Yvonne Kunkel's house about 5 or 6. What is her place? Where'd it go? Oops, I zoomed in too far. Where's her place? I messed up. There it is, right there. 6 degrees. I knew it was there somewhere. Anyway, Brussels, Belgium, 8 degrees, and looking at Amsterdam, about 7 there. And then we'll get over and take a look at there's Barbara's place at 6 at Aachen, and Berlin is a 5. Hamburg is about 6. Lübeck is 6, and Copenhagen coming in at 7 up there, and here is a 6 in Aarhus. And then we'll get to the other ones here. Oslo is a 5, Stockholm a 2, we're 0 or 1 in Helsinki, and St. Petersburg is a 3, and Moscow coming in at about 4 degrees. So not too bad for those guys. And let's take a look here in England real quick. We've got 7 in London. Plymouth is coming in at 8. And we see up to 7s and 8s there in Wales. Leeds coming in at about 6 degrees. Glasgow is 6. Aberdeen is 6. Everybody is 6. No, there's some colder stuff up here where the high is. And then getting over to Dublin, Ireland, we're seeing about 8 degrees. Irish Monk's house, at least it used to be over here, he's got about 8 degrees as well. And that is all cool. And, or is it here? 8 degrees? Yeah. 8.8 shades of Monk. Okay. Well, 8.8 is all right. We can live with that. Looking at Iceland, yep, it's a little bit cool there. No, it's actually warm there for right now. 11 degrees in Reykjavik. That is pretty toasty for this time of night. 10 in Grindavik, and we see, yeah, pretty normal stuff all along the Sanuka Crater Row. Keflavik 10, Reykjanesbar 10, Jarvik 10, Vogar 10, the airport 10. Irish Monk, where else is it 10 degrees there? Never mind. Don't answer that. Anyway, looking pretty good. They got a bunch of nice temperature pushing up. That is called the banana belt. And when it does push up, it is doing a wonderful thing. That's the Gulf Stream as it gets pushed northward and starts to warm up things. They can't quite grow palm trees because of it, but at least it's warmer. Anyway, let's go find our cold temperatures for today and see what we've got. And so far, minus 76 right in here somewhere. That's a pretty chilly. Let's see if we can zoom in on that. Minus 76 right there. Minus 75. I don't know what time it is. Yeah, it's 8 o'clock, so that's the time I'm using. Minus 76. Yep. Let's zoom in a little bit more. Minus 73, 74. Where'd you go? I was on the minus 76 stuff. How come it moved on me? Because I zoomed in? Maybe I zoomed carelessly. Minus 73, a minus 74. Pardon me. 76 right there. Okay, a minus 75, 76. And I'm looking for minus 77. And I know Sue already took it, so it's not on the map anymore. I knew that's unusually, but she does. She'll sneak it right off the map somehow. Minus 76 is all I got so far. And yeah, I don't know if I'm going to find it in another layer, maybe. Yeah, I think I'm kind of hooped. minus a 76 right there. Okay, and what about these other areas? We're gonna just double check those. Don't see anything there, but there should be something close by here. Oh, hang on. What did we have? A little bit of a temperature over here too. 74, 73, somewhere in here. There's another minus 75. Okay. What about there? No. So close and yet so far. All right. I can't look at these little arrows forever. I'm calling it at a minus a 76 unless there's another spot over here that I missed. We got some cold temperatures here though, and it's a very quick and a variable. I hate when that does that. It's better if it's stable. There's a 67. Maybe I can change that around backwards and have 76. That'd be pretty cool. Minus 74 there. Yeah, that puts us back in that same spot by the low. All right, let's leave it as that, minus 76. I'm hoping I can do something here in Greenland and find something more than a minus 23. And that is right there. Looking for a magic a minus 24 somewhere. Just a little dot. I don't need much. Please, someone hand me some lighter color here. Minus 23. Ah, I can't win. I'm going to get beat again. I can feel it already. I was a nasty yesterday. First degree. She's got her a black belt. Oh boy. Let's get into Canada and see what we got there. Minus 25. And let's see if we can spot anything colder. Minus 26. Okay, we got minus 26. Ay, 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 ay. Minus 26 up there. I don't see any other cold spots unless there's something hiding in here. I doubt it. We'll leave that minus 26 and we'll continue on with Alaska. We'll see if Alaska has anything up in the hills. First off, minus 15 for the first shot. So a minus 15 there. And nothing there. That's okay. Oh, what's this little spot? We got to offer minus 14. All right. Yep, we got minus 15. We're looking for colder. And there's only minus 7s up here. And maybe 6s along the coast. And nothing in the other mountains. Nope, all too warm, all melted. It is what we got, and that is a minus 15 for Alaska. Now, to find the coldest temperature in Russia, I'm going to scan things first. Look over the playing field here. We're limited today. There's a minus 15 right in there. I don't know what to do. Minus 15. I need a point to not get beat. I must check every hole and corner here. Minus 14, so that's not going to work. A minus 14. I need a minus 16, please. Somebody help me. Oh, minus 16. Somebody draw it on the map real quick. Phone in a weather report and say, hey, it's a minus 23 here in Russia. Oh, darn it. I'm not going to find anything colder. I'm getting a beating again. All right, that's it, you guys. It is what we got, and that is a minus 20. What? No, minus 15, I mean. Over there in the cold spots. A minus, where are you? You're right in here somewhere. Minus 15. I have seen it. There it is. Yeah. So I was hoping for minus 16 and just a little sliver of a spot here. That would have been so nice. But minus 15 it is. And yep, I'm getting a beating. I can feel it already. Overall, Doc loses by 1 degree, first degree beating. No matter what he says, he's going to get beat. Well, let's leave that be. And thank you, Sue, for whooping me again. It's all in fun, you guys. And always a little bit of joy to go see some of the coldest places and hottest places on the planet. All right, let's get us, speaking of heat, get us back over to Hawaii and get those screens kick-started once more. And let's see, I got to click on him first and then him second. And that's got everybody running. Awesome. So we're going to wrap up the show for today. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Appreciate all of you. And I want to say a thank you to Irish Monk for gifting one membership and throwing in a little super chat. Thank you, Irish Monk. Appreciate it. I rang my friend on Mars, and we'll get back to you. On Mars? Oh, okay. Well, as long as he's okay there. And Don Arnold coming in here at the end of the show. I'll rewrite a previous post. Freezing here, 16. Freezing here, 16. Had to put socks on, not rocks. Socks? That's a normal problem. I know you may find that temperature unusual, but it's what it is. Anyway, it's time for me to wrap it up, folks. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you, moderators, Arizona Snowman, and Piggy, and Sue, and C and D Boy, and Yvonne Kunkel, and Gura, and Siggy, and Gary, and 24/7 Live, HZ Skies, amongst other mods. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. Also, thank you, all of you who are in here. And again, thanks, Irish Monk, for your support. And that's it for today. And of course, we're going to wrap it up. And as I always say, and today being the anniversary of Bree's passing, the saying that I always have every day really does mean something. Anyway, please have yourselves a wonderful evening, night, a morning, or day, depending on where you are on the planet. And the only other thing I ask is please, please tell your loved ones that you love them tonight, for tomorrow is never promised. I'm your host, DrFox2000, here in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada. We'll see everyone tomorrow. Take care and good night. Oink, oink.